You may be wondering where Peace Walker is. I don't want to do Peace Walker today because Battlefield 6 comes out tomorrow, and I don't know if I want to stream the campaign for Battlefield 6 or if I just want to do some multiplayer shenanigans with other people I know that own the game. But regardless, I wanted something I could definitely do in one sitting, and I mentioned how much I love it. We're going to do The Reckoning. This is the only expansion of Quake 2 I owned before getting Quake 2 on like Steam or anywhere like that. So I do somewhere have the disc and the manual and everything else that this came with. Which is why I kind of knew ahead of time, like, oh, the new monsters, new weapons, new fun things all over the place. Reckoning, to me, it might be biased. I think Reckoning is a much better expansion than Ground Zero, which is probably going to be the next Quake 2 one I do at some point. Call of the Machine I'm going to do probably last because it's the most recent expansion. But enough of that. We have a cutscene to listen to and watch. Welcome to the swamps, Marine. So, I now need to lower the volume for myself. There we go. This object here, I don't believe was in the original Reckoning. And I know I ranted about this a little bit. Well, a little bit. You can probably say like 20% of my Quake 2 Nightmare playthrough. This also is on the Nightdive port. 20% of that playthrough is me probably complaining about Nightdive and the port, and how, you know, claiming they did things that they didn't really do. They just took it from Ground Zero. Anyway, I'm playing this pretty bad at the moment when I try and figure out what I'm trying to say. Give me a second. These are Gex, by the way, G-E-K-K. Much better enemy than whatever it is that naturally exists in base Quake 2. I think it's just called a mutant. So, put my thoughts together before we carry on this level. That flashlight, I feel like, is probably the easy thing to point to, where it's like, hey, this was added, but it was like half-hearted. The flashlight only exists in this expansion, as far as I remember, and Call of the Machine. But if I remember right, in Call of the Machine it's automatic, as opposed to being an item. Now, if you're going to add a flashlight, why not just add the flashlight to everything? But also, why add a flashlight in the first place? The compass I can understand, which I never used the compass, I don't think. We'll demonstrate that one in a second, because I'm curious as to how the game tries to show the compass for this level. Behold the compass. But as I said, I know Reckoning pretty well. I don't know all the secrets, but I do know most of the early ones. As well as I think I know some that are unofficial. Unofficial secrets are a bit of a weird one to explain. They're secrets, but they just aren't marked as secret. Actually, I guess it's pretty easy to explain. Bounce. Whoops. Good work. Oh, I have grenades. I could... There's a speedrunning trick you can do to skip basically most of the units. It requires you doing a grenade jump from, like... a grenade jump here back to there, and then a grenade jump over the wall. I'm not very good at grenade jumps, so we're not going to do it. Besides, you know, I want to play the whole thing. I don't want to skip bits. What are you doing? A funky little dance as you fall to your death. Now, I want to say most of the enemies we're going to run into in this level are going to be Geks. And I wanted to say that because we do come back through the other side of this level at some point. We're just not doing that yet. Hello, can you all just, like, jump out at me at once, please? Rather than, like, forming a two-man conga line? Pretty rude. Geks, by the way, can swim really well, as you might have been able to guess from the fact they're leaping at me from the water. I don't need the air there. And then those two Geks have ran all the way around. Oh no. One of them did. Oh, you're right there. One thing I really do appreciate about Reckoning is they give you the shotgun at the start. Debatably, Quake 2 gives you it pretty quick as well, but you kind of have to know about the shortcut. And most of my time with the Geks is going to be spent finding one, shooting it, and then pressing S. Occasionally I'll shoot the wall because the wall looked at me funny and it's glowing with, the material has a really weird name. I forget what it is. Don't remember. I know Zero, speaking of expansions, Zero. How do I explain Zero? So you have official expansions, which is the Reckoning and Ground Zero. Then you have the unofficial but still commercial expansions, of which I think there are a few, but there are two that immediately and always come to mind because of infamy, for lack of a better term. Those being Zero, and the reason I pronounce it so weird is it's not Zero. It is Z-A-E-R-O, Zero, and Juggernaut, which has a longer title, but Juggernaut is what it gets called. It's something like Juggernaut, the Knights of Callisto, or something like that. I probably have the last half of it wrong, and to be honest, I don't really care what it is, because it's Juggernaut. There's another one in the water. Now, the reason why I don't like them much is because the level of quality on them is questionable. Very, very questionable. Of the two, I'd say Zero is maybe? That's not a word. Maybe Zero is the better of the two. Juggernaut is definitely the more ambitious, I think. Although I say that there are cutscenes in Zero. Hello. Oh good, you actually come down. Sometimes if you play the original Reckoning, those enemies just stay up there and they don't do anything. But yeah, Zero and Juggernaut, the level design is questionable, the enemy balance is questionable, the weapon design is questionable. The whole thing about both of them is that they're just questionable. I think a great example of how I feel about Juggernaut is the only time I've willingly played it completely and fully and finished it. I didn't bother finding all secrets because, no. I only did that when I was very ill and had nothing else I could really do apart from sit with a laptop. And my laptop could run Quake 2, so we did exactly that. How did I not get the... Excuse me? Thank you. So with Juggernaut being... In Juggernaut's defense, I also played Zero in the same state. Zero feels very amateurish in some places. But it feels more... I don't know. How do I put this? I can forgive more of Zero's issues because it's very clearly done by a team who very much love Quake and Quake 2, and they just wanted to make something and maybe make some money off of it. Whereas Juggernaut just feels like, hey, we just tried to make our own game and it's just trash. But it's a very small improvement between Juggernaut and Zero. Onto the sewers. One of the things that I really don't like that Zero does... Sorry, I thought he was about to start firing again, so I had to listen for the sound. 1 second. Oh! I finally, by the way, learned the name of these guys. It's Grunt. I don't know why I never... Is it Grunt? It's Enforcer, no? I said I learned the name and then immediately forgot what it was. Grunt. Enforcer. Enforcer. I think it's Enforcer. It doesn't help that they look completely different in Quake 4, but then quite a few enemies do look completely different in Quake 4, so it's not really saying anything. Thank you for the machine gun. I'm sure that's not how you're supposed to get up there. Alright. Hello, gentlemen. That opens up this back here. Don't worry, I will get back to my point about Zero and one of the things I just don't forgive about that game. You know what? Let's do that now. The final boss of Zero... Scale it back a bit. There's a few custom enemies in Zero, and you can tell that they've been made by a team who haven't quite understood how fun works when it comes to enemies. Because they're just very amateurish. And the final boss is the most infuriating to fight thing that I think I've ever seen in any Quake or Doom thing. Super shotgun, please. Oh no, it's Bandolier in here. Oh, the super shotgun's the next one. Excuse me. Okay. So, with minimal amount of spoilers, the final boss of Zero has a really annoying gimmick where It isn't based on the amount of damage you deal, it is based on the amount of hits you have caused. At least I believe it's hits, not damage. Eventually, he will fire out an EMP. And the EMP makes it so you can't fire any weapons. At all. So then you just have to run around the arena and wait and twiddle your thumbs and then try again. How anyone thought that was fun, I don't know. God. I knew I was going to bump. Because I then heard the flies and thought, okay, this will be fun. As much as I like Reckoning, it does do some really, really rough encounters. And on Nightmare, it makes this even worse. Because you can't stagger them. You know what? Just jump. Anyway, annoying boss, disables your guns. Really obnoxious loud sound effects. It's oh good. It is what it is. At some point, I'll probably get... What is the name of the soul spot I used last time? Like Yamato? Gamma Quake? It's something weird like that. Pretty sure I have to go this way. At some point I'll get... Fuck off! I'll get a soul spot of Quake 2 working and then get Juggernaut and Zero working and we'll all suffer together. As I said, there's a super shotgun, and you get that one through a fence that I have to swim through. Fucking die! I'm not too worried about my health because I know I have an adrenaline. But a little thing I want to touch on a bit more. The enemies in Quake 2 Reckoning are definitely placed in a more malicious way, shall we say. We're going to have to resurface. And resurface here. Okay, this is why I wasn't too worried about health as well, because I knew there was an adrenaline on the way. Back into the pipe. But yeah, we're going to run into a lot of situations where I'm going to open a door, and then someone on the level design team thought it'd be very funny to put, like, 4 berserkers and who knows what else right behind me. Or, as was the case with that switch we opened, or the door we opened to get to the water filtration switch. 2 enforcers and a bunch of flyers, which is disgusting behavior. We've done that one, done that one. We can go this way. Unknown, hello, give me a second. Let me blow that guy away. And then push that button. And then deal with these 2 technicians, and I'll give you a quick shout out. Hope you're doing alright. That's fine. I forgot you can't alt-tab the source port. That's my bad. I know Unknown was playing, what is it? Something Nauts? Astronauts. Yeah, they were playing Astronauts earlier. Looks like a fun game. Kind of in a really weird way. A really weird way. Reminds me of Oh, what is it called? What is it called? It doesn't help that I can only remember the first game the guy made called Gunpoint. I can't remember the... Is that all of them? That's all of them? I can't remember the name of... You know what? That's going to bug me enough. And this game is kind of short, so I'm going to look it up. The dev behind Gunpoint later went on to make... What was it called? Suspicious Developments. Sneaky Games, Clever Thinking. Yeah. Heat Signature, that's it. It reminds me of Heat Signature. Although, you do things kind of differently in that game. I forget where it is that I go now. I'm pretty sure I loop back to the original room. Right, the overflow valve. There's me saying that I know Reckoning pretty well, and here I am getting lost. I know we exit this level by finding a pipe and shooting it, and we crawl through it. That's why I keep getting a little bit confused. It's this way. We've opened that hatch. Give me some more air. I know it says they're doing good. Thanks, doing good. How am I doing tonight? I'm doing alright. I had to inhale Nochi, or Noki. I don't know how you pronounce that. At, like, an obscene rate after I just made it. But it was really nice. Then just skeet shoot some enforcers. There we go. Okay, is it not this level? Is it the next one that you exit through the water pipe? Yeah, it must be the next one. Welcome to the waste sieve. Oh, there's no way I'm handling that like this. Please don't fire. Please don't fire at me. Please don't fire. Please don't fire. Thank you. Good. Yeah, it reminds me of... I just said its name. Heat Signature. There we go. Which, I don't know if that's a game you'd be interested in, but it's I guess, kind of similar. You go around, you invade different ships, you break through them, you have to find, like, bits and pieces. Thank you, Nightdive, for making the flyers completely inept, because otherwise that encounter's a lot rougher than it is. I keep thinking there's, like, a secret here, but I can't remember quite how you get to... Oh, right, you run across the pipes and jump up there. That's how you do it. Never mind. I'm also going to have to quick save here because this can be a real pain to get through. And we're fine. This encounter's a bitch. Although, Nightdive made it a bit easier because all the enforcers will just jump down and run towards me. Every time I say that, you know, things were implemented but they didn't really think them through, every enemy jumping down all the time is going to lead to fun things like that. I didn't make that jump. I feel bad. Thank you. But yeah, Heat Signature, you go around, you raid into different ships, you steal bits and pieces, and you continue doing it. You're basically like some sort of space pirate kind of deal. I haven't played more than 40 minutes of that game though, so don't quote me on that being the whole of the game loop. Okay, the overflow is now open. I'll admit I forget where the overflow is. I'm sure it's back the way I came. Yeah, it is. Unknown says it's a pretty fun game for astronauts. If you like that kind of grind management building kind of game that will just kill you and you lose everything. Yeah, the management aspect of it reminds me of Star Sector, admittedly. Which is another game I should probably try again. I bought Star Sector like so many years ago. I'll be with that gunner in a moment. Yeah, Star Sector is another game I keep meaning to get into, and admittedly, I do keep trying it. But then I end up playing something else. There is a bit of a learning curve to Star Sector. Are you okay? Object permanence is not part of the Strogos, or the Strogg mindset, I guess. Oh, by the way, new power-up. That's a... I think in Reckoning it's dual fire. It doubles the rate of fire, as the name slightly implies. A lot of people say it's not that good, and quad damage is better. A lot of people then don't realize that you can stack it with quad damage. I'm trying to remember how you get to that. I think you jump out the side there, and then you drop down. So we'll come back to that. And we swim as best we can. Oh shit. Don't drown, you little bastard. We're fine. You're supposed to grab onto this, by the way, and climb it as a ladder, but for some reason, holding space to float wasn't just working for me. And then I think I do have to swim back, but we're going to quick save by here. And this one takes me through to the other side of that locked door. Wait for a second. I'd like to say that was skill, but actually that was just amazing timing being able to kill both at once. Unknown says, I don't want to open that door. I don't want to go that way. It looks at me funny. Unknown says, yeah, Star Sector is great. They haven't played it for a while, though. They were running mods that broke it. Admittedly, if I could get into it more, I would probably run mods with it as well, but I'd be looking for something like a Battlestar Galactica mod, because there absolutely has to be, somewhere, a Battlestar Galactica mod for Star Sector. Oh no. A trespasser, whatever will I do? Oh, this is the wrong sort of weapon for this. I need to get into the habit of blowing up corpses. I need to. But speaking of Battlestar Galactica, have you ever played a game called Battlestar Galactica Deadlock? Unknown? Why'd I shoot that one when there's an enforcer right there? This feels like it should be a secret, but it's not. This, I think, just opened up the door down here. As in... that one? Did. I keep using the super shotgun for everything, but admittedly it is actually a really useful tool. I hear berserkers. There they are. They're fine. Just like jump on here, crouch over to here, up here. Thank you. 2 of 4. Could not tell you where the other ones are, but yeah, dual fire. We'll sort of show that off now. So if I fire the super shotgun normally, about a second. Behold. Now, if you can combine that, as I mentioned, with... I even said his name, quad damage, which is a really, really useful thing to do if you really need to kill a boss. Welcome back to the swamps. We're gonna go to the right first. Just gonna wait. Just gonna wait. Alright, the enforcer should be right there. No, I haven't played too much Quake 2 growing up. What gave me that idea, apart from the fact that I can accurately time the position of an enforcer based on where I've seen it last? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, let's go this way. Thank you. I need to go through there, but I don't want to. We're gonna go this way next. And no one says they can't say they have it for playing Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. It's... I don't remember exactly who the devs are behind it. I do remember it is a Slytherin game, though. Thank you, Gex. Thank you for the Mega Health. Which is why I wanted to go this way last. But it's a turn-based strategy game set during the Cylon War era of Battlestar Galactica. So it's not during the... I think we're cutting the music out. It's very eerie of you. Anyway, Cylon era, when they first started having problems, which is the era before... Don't shoot this barrel, by the way, because... Secret, secret, secret. And then you have to jump over here, which we'll do now. So you have, like, different types of ship, and then you control them, and I just did not hear spacebar. That's everything here. Eventually, at some point, I will stop trying to get all the secrets. Case in point, I missed 2 on Waste Sieve. Probably an early weapon, I don't care about that too much. Welcome to the Alta Compound, Joker. This guy dies first. You're next. Yeah, there's no one over there. Okay. Because of how short Reckoning is, we're going to start running into a lot of higher-end enemies sooner. And I mean, really, really soon. But back to Battlestar Deadlock. So, the way it works is you have... kind of imagine something along the lines of XCOM, where you have, like, an overworld, but it's actually, like, all the galaxies. And then you have, like, a separate combat thing. And you can form fleets up to a fleet limit. I forgot that you sealed the thing behind me. you form different fleets, and then in the battle side of things, you move everything, position it all however you want to, you hit play, and then I think it's like 10 seconds or 15 seconds of game happens, and then it stops. And then you make the next turn, and then 10, 15 seconds happens, and then stops, and then you get the idea. And then at the end of it, and this is a thing I find really cool about the game, and is part of the reason why I really like it, the entire fight is then stitched together into a seamless video done in the style of the Battlestar Galactica Reimagined series. So it's got like the dynamic zooms, the kind of shaky space cam on some sort of fights, and it'll focus on like sometimes doing track cams on fighters as they, or missiles as they fly near big ships or fly into flak fields. It's a really fun game, and I keep meaning to play it, but it's on the list of things that, like, I'll get around to it eventually, maybe, hopefully. So when I do the XCOM likes next year... Sorry, debating whether I need to go this way or back for something I know about. We'll keep pushing forwards. No, we won't. Yes, we will. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. I think the gunner just ran into the... That was very nice, eating 2 grenades off the go. I think the berserkers just ran into the field. We'll worry about the gunner upstairs in a second. The thing I shot, by the way, going up, that was a repair drone. Can you fuck off with that? You and I both know the only reason you can do that is so you can see through the wall. I thought that opened up the stairway up higher. Oops. I guess I'm gonna get jumped by a berserker instead. Go on, jump. I dare you, jump. Yeah. I haven't got the backup health, unfortunately. Oh yeah, it's down here, never mind. Reggie. I have 3 health in a dream. I will die to a 1-hit scan bullet. I have 1 health in a dream. I died to that instead. That's fine. Restart the level. Because now I get to go check that I don't get what I thought I got if I go the other way. That English makes sense to me. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Deadlock is on... Deadlock is on the list of XCOM likes I want to get to. Next year, depending on time after we finish the actual XCOM games. Yeah, I want to go this way first. Can't wait to have a better long-range weapon option, and I know we get one pretty soon. But, nice little detail in this level. Sort of missed it really quickly there. But our squad got massacred by these guys, who are new to Reckoning. They just have hyper blasters, that's it. Pretty sure that's gonna hit. Oh, we're good. It's a waste of an adrenaline, but sure. And then I need to do a pushing puzzle. Shit. We're okay, we're okay, we're okay. We're not okay, because I can't get this one away from the other one. Never mind. Just gotta deal with those flyers. And then it's an awkward jump to do. It's easier if you can get the barrel to push over, but we didn't, so go me. But I need to now kind of hop from here to the ledge here to onto here. Did it? Although I think there's an easier way if I just... Yeah, you can also just shoot that. But that's not as fun. Little bit of fun trivia. This is Rampage. This guy is called Rampage because the developers who made this also made Redneck Rampage. And I don't really know anything else they've made off the top of my head, so please don't quiz me. I will get it wrong. Sorry, just looking around for switches. Right, now that I've cleared this section, I have to go back. And now we go the other way. Except now I have a better weapon for dealing with gunners, so we don't have to worry about them too much. Speaking of which... and shells... Probably, again, shouldn't be using a super shotgun on guys that are pretty weak. Okay, that one's dead. Did I just hit an enforcer with a grenade? I did. I see you. I think we're at 5% operational ground status. I just ate that shotgun into the face like it was nothing. Do I use my adrenaline? I think I have to, don't I? Go through a little bit of a sadistic game design here. And we're in a better spot than we were before. I don't think the berserkers are coming for me. Oh. Where'd you come from? You know, who cares? Who cares where he came from? I don't. Always kill repair drones. Why do I have a funny feeling there's like a secret here? There's not, but it doesn't get rid of my feeling. Oops. Well, it would have been nice to have that combat armor. But I sort of got crushed and it broke the switch. So... I don't think that's one we're getting, Chief. Thank you, all secrets.
Deactivated.
How are you supposed to get... How are you supposed to get that? Do you have to do a really weird box jump? Oh, no. You just jump there to there to there. Right? Yes. Well, hey, they gave me an energy shield this early on. Might as well use it. This, by the way, brings us to here. Oh, no. Is this the one I think it is? Now, you were actually stuck for a bit, I guess. Yeah, you should have been there sooner. I guess they bounced off the wall, went back down the corridor. Don't worry, I'll actually be able to say words in a second when I try and deal with all the fucking brains. I was behind a wall, I'm pretty sure, and I came out for like a split second. Okay. Hop up here, push this button. Thank you for the quad. Okay. This is where you first get introduced to the brain beta. But because Nightdive poached them from here and put them in the regular game to replace the regular brains, because regular brains admittedly are pretty useless, you sort of don't have anything to really... There's nothing new with them, basically, is what I'm trying to say. This might get me killed. Pretty sure I'm safe to just... You're in the laser. How is... Like, if I walk here, that's instant death. How did that thing get away with it? I think you can turn the laser off, but... Where's the fun in that? Shit. That's a much safer angle. So, the only thing I have to worry about, brains. I have no idea where all the secrets are in this level. I think I know which level this is, the one where I go in a weird loop near the end. I think it is. Ads arriving in 55 seconds. And behold the reason why I'll be running around with a super shotgun instead of the machine gun for a long time. They do a lot of damage, the instant hit, and they're not that fun to fight. I wanted that barrel. I can kind of make do without it. Requires me to use this barrel instead. I hear it. I know some of the secrets of this game. You gonna come up the stairs? You're just gonna keep being a nuisance. I mean, you are a parasite, sort of goes without saying. There's another one there. Behold. I don't think I even use this thing, ever. Here. This, by the way, is the indicator that, hey, you messed up by not getting the switch. Fun. Okay, the ads have arrived. So what we're going to do is... Probably shouldn't stand in full view of that. Wait. They don't know I exist. How nice of them. Anyway, I guess I should talk about my view of most of the enemies that were added in Reckoning. As much as I like Reckoning, and I do like Reckoning, I think some of the enemies they added aren't that interesting, and they're just tedious. Now, nothing is anywhere near as bad as the Daedalus from Ground Zero. But the brains, if I remember right, in original Reckoning, came with just the shield. Maybe laser attacks. The whole grab you and pull you closer like scorpion thing, I think that was added by Nightdive. And that makes this expansion to play... Sorry, the cadence in that sentence is horrific. Nightdive's change, where brains now yank you towards them, makes this expansion very brutal. Because you run into, like, brains in close quarters and then you get yanked. And then, good luck, you're dead at that point. There are also other enemies that we haven't seen yet that have been given the same, quote, beta treatment. And beta basically just means we slapped an energy shield on it and slightly modified it and gave it more health. There is one enemy where I'm probably going to use a quad damage, because we get introduced to that enemy twice, as in there's two of them in the same level, basically back to back. And fighting them on Nightmare with not a full arsenal, which is what's going to happen, is going to be very not fun, very I don't want to fight them normally. So we'll see how that goes. But the enemies, they try doing an interesting thing. It's just that, unfortunately, outside of the new guard variants, or grunts, or whatever they're called, the laser guard and the hyperblaster guard, they're not fun. And it's just... I like the levels. I like that it's a short and more brutal action-packed experience. As a now finish, we can now go fight our way through the courtyard. Gonna wait for the rest of the flyers, because there's always gonna be more than one. We're good. I'm pretty sure I need to go for a swim here, but I don't want to just yet. I got a funny feeling one of the secrets is up above. Yeah. So we're missing two. Admittedly, I think we're only halfway through the level. If this is the place where I have to swing around a lot, we should be pretty much fine. Although some of my map knowledge does sort of blend in with Ground Zero, so we're good. Don't worry about hearing the Gex sing. Admittedly, I probably should use the grenade launcher here rather than the shotgun, but I'm basically shooting Gek in a barrel. And I weirdly have a feeling... Yeah, there is a secret here. Like a silencer, though I'd never use it. I'm trying to remember if I want to go that way or not. Hold on. I think this is a level transition. It is. I don't want to go in there yet. I want to go this way. Wait, there are two of you there? That was my fault for not checking. Pretty sure this is pointless. Yeah, no lighting. Okay, now that I've cleared that... Now I want to go this way. Sorry, I thought I saw something in the side of the wall. Remember how we grabbed power cores in Quake 2? Oh, doing it again here. This is the level that loops around on itself in a really weird way. Don't cha-cha slide so you can keep shooting me. Three secrets, and I don't think I know them. Oh, no! This is the level with the gladiators! And the tank. Remember I said we were fighting, like, high-end enemies pretty quick in this one? Yeah, I know this one. I think I get a railgun in this level. Now, sure. You do fight a tank pretty soon into Quake 2. But you fight one every so often. We're going to be running into them a little bit often than that. Although I say this, I guess the prison area you do run into like a few of them in a rapid succession. But yeah, I was gonna say, if my memory is right, this is also where you run into gladiators. Hi, Adrenaline. I forget how I get to you. Across the pipe. It's gotta be across the pipe. I can't box jump off of anything, so it has to be pipe. This is another new guard, and it's using a new weapon that we will eventually be getting. Called the Ion Ripper. I want to go back this way. Might have been able to guess the Ion Ripper is... well, fun weapon that bounces shots. Now, because it counts as an energy weapon, it benefits from the Nightdive change of making energy weapons as opposed to ETF, thank you. The default for destroying energy shields. So the sooner we get our hands on a Hyper Blaster or the Ion Rifle, the better. It is not my favorite weapon that got added in this expansion, though. I think this expansion also adds the Phalanx, or Phalanx, however you choose to say that word. Okay. Quick check the goodies later. So one secret is going to be that adrenaline. I don't know where the third is going to be. But I would have to hazard a guess. Who just took a shot at me? I definitely heard someone's Hyper Blaster fire off. Ruh-roh. Thank you for opening the door for me. Have all of my grenades as a present. Jib that because I know there's repair drones in this level. I think there's another tank below me. Or it's a gladiator. I don't remember which. It's a gladiator. I love how the fastest way for me to kill a tank at the moment is just grenade. I need to not be eating those plasma bolts. Who and where? Did I run on my own grenade again? No, I'm going to shot from behind. Where are you all coming from? Did you all spawn in and I didn't realize? I even said it as well. I knew someone took a shot at me earlier. Oh. It's the repair drone. Would be, wouldn't it? We know we get an adrenaline soon, so let's pop one now. Although I could have saved that. But that begs the question, where did those repair drones come from? Because if I saw them, I would have killed them. You know, because they're repair drones. Forget how... Pipe? Pipe. You do know how to use an elevator. Oh, I need to box jump that if I want to do that. Haha! Get box jumped. As a quick reminder for people who maybe didn't see the Quake 2 playthrough, a box jump is when you time the jump to specifically launch yourself. I'm not giving a send on this and do it again. But, for example, I don't make that jump, and admittedly I could just stand on this like this and make the jump anyway, but if I time my jump just right and I jump again as I get to the edge of this hitbox, it will launch me higher, so probably would have worked better if I didn't get caught on that, but here, for example, I can't make that jump to the second box, but if I can never do it when I need to demonstrate it. Doesn't help that we're also using a lift for this. There we go. That was a box jump. At least I'm pretty sure it's called a box jump. I've always called it a box jump. Might be called like an edge jump or something similar. We should probably not be so brazen about eating damage like this. Please jump down. I'll laugh so much because you'll jump into the lava. I mean, that also works. Yeah, might as well go up. I have a funny feeling that the game is just spawning the repair drones in. Let's go back around. Which means I definitely need to be destroying corpses as I go. If the repair drone isn't pre-placed, then that's going to make things rough. Let's get that adrenaline. We're not on the adrenaline side. This is the energy side. Or the bandolier, or whatever it was we picked up. Yep, you've been healed. Except I thought I blew your corpse up. That's every secret. Not that many enemies left. They're all in this room. Did I not retrieve all the power cores? Hold on. I thought I did. Although, admittedly, the way I was running around the level and the fact that music's still playing indicates I might not have. Do you go this way? Then you go up here. Go here. So then, flip the switch. Haha. Forgot to grab that one. I get ambushed, I think, on the way back. No? Yeah, gag. Couldn't tell you where the last secret is. I'm just gonna sit by here and wait. I'm not running into the pendulum room while there's two guards running towards me. I am amazed at the fact one of you made it across. They're hurting themselves with their own ion rippers, which is kind of funny. Knew I was going to get caught by one of them. Welcome to the warehouse. This, I think, is where I get the railgun. Oh, this is the level where also... We're going to be in there eventually. Back up a bit. There's a second berserker, I know it. Shoot. Oh, is this also where I get a, Yeah, go kill that guard for me. Thank you. I don't think this is where I get the Ion Ripper. I think it's where I do get a different weapon, though. I don't think the railgun is here. I think the railgun is somewhere else. Yeah, that door's there. That's a trap. Right, you loop around for the green key. Remember that I said that they do a lot of really, like, dickish enemy placements and traps in this game? Gladiator in front, Berserker behind. Ooh. It's a little bit too spicy. I pulled the shot, that's why he didn't die. Surprisingly, not a secret. Oh good, I have grenades again. Wait. The Gladiator win this one. Ah, I thought there was a different weapon I got here. Quite happily take a rocket launcher. Also, I think we're out of cells. Which is... makes the power shield not really work. After all, it is a power shield. It needs power to work. Right, welcome to the main room. There's a Gladiator above us, but it hasn't activated, surprisingly. Yes, it has. It just took a shot at me. Right. Let's be very careful about this. Right. I believe my shield is now powered. Why do I have a weird feeling one of these is fake? Oh. Sure, I'll be back. Remember in Quake 2 when you had to do a box jumping puzzle in order to progress? Welcome to Reckoning. So isn't there actually a... Ah, where are you? I think it was that one and he drowned. Or he's up there and he's coming down. Go. Okay, force fields are deactivated. I don't think we have a green key though. Vent access granted? I forget if that is vent access. But I do know we have to come back because those lasers will kill me. Watch. See? Lethal lasers. I've got a feeling I can get up there for a secret. Why'd I hit M expecting it to give me a map? Oh, who cares? Quickly get some more air. I think I'm gonna kill this guy with a blaster. I was kind of expecting his AI to either try and shoot me or actually take cover. But he just refused to do either of them until I got closer, so... Alright, we got the green key. Shield is doing... Oh, it's a little bit spicy. We could go that way, I don't want to. I want to go this way. You and I have unfinished business. Because you're the gladiator from this walkway. Lower the water level first. I'm surprised that missed. Water level is now low. Thank you very much.
Computer updated.
I find it weird that I didn't find either of the secrets. One of them is definitely involving that armor. In fact, that armor is probably one straight up. We need to go hit the button to do that one. Yeah. Go in here. Fight those guys and then leave. Oh, hold up. That's a secret. I don't know if I particularly care about the other one. Thank you, Hyperblastic Guards, for just existing. Appreciate it greatly. Yeah, let's not jump down. Actually, I can jump down over here near the boxes and not take too much damage. Or any. Now, a smart man would use the rebreather here. I'm not a smart man. I am, however, a man with a double-barreled shotgun and a dream. Intelligence? Alright. 2 secrets here. One is unmarked, and I know it's unmarked because I found it before and it didn't count. I think this is also where we find the Ion Ripper. Isn't it? It might not be. I might be thinking of Ground Zero where you have to do something weird like this. That's not that. There's my Ion Ripper, which is cell-based, which is nice. Jeez. Hold on. Now that we have an energy weapon, much like in every other, like, Quake 2, enemies should now start dropping cells. I wish they did it if you had a power... Actually, might do it if you have a power armor. Gonna bug me where the secret is. It involves pipes, I know that much. It's my fault. Can you do the other attack, please, rather than shooting me with the same fucking blaster shot one over and over again? No? Thank you. That attack is much easier to dodge. Remember I said there's an enemy that I might end up breaking out the quad damage for? Meet the super tank. Of which there are 2. There's 1. Damn it. I could just use an adrenaline. But I think all I need here is health. What we're going to do is break the shield and then switch to rocket launcher. Because I'm full of rockets, apparently. Now, I'll admit, the Nightdive change does make these guys a lot easier, because you can break their shield using the Ion Ripper much quicker than normal weapons would. Is the other one active? He is. Okay, his shield's down. And he's having a bit of a pathing nightmare. See, a little bit more health, better planning, kills them all. I can get one rocket ball. Thank you. Honestly, most of this game for Reckoning is just, here is a group of enemies you need to kill. How is the smartest way you can go about it? Ooh. Oh yeah, we're full on souls again. Okay. I remember there being a secret with pipes. You know what? It bugs me a lot. Where is it? It's not there. I thought it was like, you throw a grenade in the grate, but clearly I'm wrong. You know what? It bugs me enough, I'm gonna look it up. Quake 2 Intelligence Center secret. Just go to the Quake archive. Secrets. In the room with the, oh, it's in the exit with the pipes. Just quickly to get back here. And then the secret I forgot about. Up here. And then you use this Enviro suit to go down here and get an adrenaline. Personally, I don't care. And then the not secret, the only was to do with pipes, is behind there. Which I think if I box jump, you can get behind there. Is there actually anything worthwhile back there? Invulnerability. Oh, you had to rocket jump that one? Probably. Please don't tell me there's a fucking repair drone. Nope, just some guards who are really bad at their job. I'll take an invul. See, I knew it was something to do with pipes, so I just wrong pipes. That's end of Unit 2. Ta-da! Now, one weird change with the Nightdive port. In normal Reckoning, there are 5 units. There are 4 in this one. The reason there are 4 isn't because Nightdive decided to cut a level. No, no, no. It's because Unit 4 is part of, I think, Unit 5. I'm gonna actually pause. Unit 4 is one level. It is the transition between... Spoilers, it is the transition between Strogos to the moon base. And I don't remember if they... Actually, yeah, I don't remember if it is the final level of Unit 4 or the first level of Unit 5. Or however they rolled it in. So we're in Unit 3, so it'd either be the end of Unit 3 or the start of Unit 4. When I said this is short... Oh, I meant it. Here comes the gladiator. That's a parasite. Was a parasite. Ah, it's this! I thought this level came next. I said earlier that I rag on... I thought you opened as a trap later. One second. Okay, sneezing done. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Homing missile is part of your thing. Am I confusing... Oh, I am thinking of Ground Zero. Security passed by there, by the way, because... Oh, it's my least favorite flying enemy because they're annoying. And so we hit Ground Zero and then they become even worse. That's a secret by there. We'll get to that now. Scale everything back. Collect my thoughts for a second now that we're done with that ambush. I know I said earlier that I give Zero a lot of flack for being amateurish. But this sort of a wide open area where you suddenly get jumped by a bunch of, like, enemies. It happens in Ground Zero as well, I think. But Zero and Juggernauts expect this thing to happen a lot of the time. Thank you. Phalanx Cannon. Now, what I mean by I'm confusing Ground Zero for Reckoning is I thought we were this is the level where we go to a water treatment facility and then we find a strike or a C4 detonation pack and we blow something up and we run into Iron Maiden Beta who have homing missiles, but I don't think we do. The Phalanx Cannon, by the way, is a very funny weapon because I believe it deals railgun damage, but only if both shots hit. And it's, as you might have guessed from that point-blank firing, it's explosive. I love the phalanx cannon. Yeah, why not put 3 parasites down there in a secret? But, yeah, this whole level where it's like huge and open and has a little really weird direction to it. It's exacerbated by being the norm in Zero and Juggernaut. I'm kind of waiting for the Enforcers to come this way, but they're just not, so we're gonna go kill the Gunner. You can tell I'm fed up with the room when I break out the chain gun and we start just jumping at enemies all over the place. Absolutely fucking hate that room. And this is one of the cases where Nightdive's change of, oh, now enemies jump down to fight you. Which is, again, I think that came from Ground Zero. Sort of shoots this in the foot and makes this expansion pack worse. Because otherwise they would have all stayed up there and it would have been like, oh, we can fire at them, we can worry about them later, and then we can get back to them. No, they're all going to jump down, you'll have to deal with them now, and then it means that the back half of this level ends up being barren. And the fact that the laser guys just inhaled my cells is not great. That's half the enemies in this level dead already. Oops. See, now, if those enemies had stayed up there... Lol. Okay. If those enemies had stayed up there, then we'd be able to go deal with them now. By this button, go up, kill them. Except, yeah, this is now going to be barren because we killed them. They jumped down. And some of them jumped into weird places as well. I might as well get the armor as well while we're up there. Grab two bases that way. Yeah, give me the body armor. Much easier than trying to slot the gap between, you know, the very edge of the level and anywhere else. Do I even have the key for this? No. We have to go down first. Not like that, though. You can already hear it, but guess what we're about to fight again? It's not that guy. cells, though. Whenever you're ready and feel like dying, that'll be great. You're impeding my progress. There we go. I know one of the secrets is a really weird, annoying one to get, and it's like... It's up there, and I think you have to rocket jump for it, but I could be wrong. I could be pretty wrong, actually. But I swear it's up there. More phalanx. Stick with the phalanx for a while. Icarai? No Icarus. Okay. Don't worry, we'll be back here. And then there'll be more things for me to shoot. Thank you, Enforcer. I thought I heard it firing, but I didn't think it was firing my way. Yeah, it's a bit of a waste to use the phalanx like this, but it's fun. Okay. That's fine. Ads arriving in 50 seconds. Actually, this level isn't too bad if I remember right. I just need to be worried about fish. Maybe. No, I don't have to be worried about fish. Imagine hunting salmon with a rocket launcher. Like, you wouldn't really get much of a return with that, but it'd be fun. If I remember right, there is a way to just skip the level and just sort of jump over there. Pretty sure I just do this. Haha! Except I don't think it really skips that much. Did I didn't quick save before I did that. Put the quick save by there. And no one says, oops. Yeah, me blowing myself up with the mag is going to happen. Sorry, the phalanx is going to happen a few times because of the delayed firing. You know, unlike the rocket launcher where it's instantly out, there's a little bit of a delay. And then also the fact it's 2 shots, so like I could fire one and then cover and then boom. I guess we're going to progress the level normally then. Although, as I say, the ads are about to arrive. It wouldn't be fair to do a lot of progress. I think what we'll do is we'll hit the switch over there, and then we'll just sort of mess around out here. That sounds good. But, yeah. I like the weapons they added here. As I've mentioned earlier, the enemies are sort of take it or leave it. The guards I find a lot more interesting than the super tank. The super tank beta, which is just it's weird. I can't really be too harsh on Reckoning's enemies because oh my god, is it going to get much much worse in Ground Zero. Let's say we're just sort of gonna mess around here rather than actually try to, you know, progress. Can I retract the bridge? No. I think I've thoroughly checked the secrets. Up we go. But whatever issues Reckoning has, Ground Zero is worse. I mentioned, like, 10 minutes ago that there's a more obnoxious version of the Icarus that exists, and it's in Ground Zero. It's called the Daedalus. Sort of carrying on that theme naming they have. It is a flying Icarus with an energy shield. I believe it is a full 360-degree shield. I could be wrong. And it has more health anyway compared to an Icarus. And I think it deals more damage. It's not great, it's not fun, and I don't want to fight it, but when we get to Ground Zero, we'll have to deal with that. There's a new boss that, well, there's two new bosses they added for Ground Zero. One of them is pretty cool in concept. It's the final boss of the game. The other one is infamously bullshit on Nightmare. To the point where I will probably have to double check secrets before we play it. Other things that are great with Ground Zero, there are many secrets in the game where if you do a thing, you are possibly going to lock yourself out of getting the secret. There is only one bandolier, which is the thing that gives you 50% more ammunition, or at least like slightly higher ammo cap. There's only one in the game, it's really early on, and you can absolutely lock yourself out of getting it. Ground Zero hates the player. It actively hates the player, and it's amazing that it does that. Can I... Yep, I can box jump all the way up there. Is this the weird level where you have to go to another one and then come back? Or am I thinking of Ground Zero? I'm thinking of Ground Zero because the Daedalus is in that one. Okay. This is just the weird one that opens itself up as you go. It's gonna be so weird when I go back to regular Quake 2, not Nightdive port, for literally 2 expansions that suck. It is gonna be an experience of suffering and pain, and you're all coming with me, because if I have to replay it, I want to replay it and never have to do it again. Which also means I might actually use a guide for them, so I can 100% it and never have to go back to it ever again. This is locked, right? Yeah. Chain gunner is. easy. That's not how you do that. That's how you do that. Isn't there a... I wonder how they got to me. I swear there's like a secret somewhere, but... Ah, this is where you get the railgun. I see. Which... Can you jump down or shoot me, please? So, like, thank you. I think this is another one of those where if you can box jump, you can sort of break the sequence of this a bit. I'd hate their jump down mechanic less if they consistently tried to jump to me, and then other times they just run across the bounding edge of the box. But it's okay, we have a railgun now, so I could just go straight at them. Speaking of things that use slugs, gives any and all survival instinct. That was a horrific idea that somehow didn't get me killed. I'm not going to question it, but I will appreciate it. Now comes the fun part. Every time I switch over to the railgun, I'm going to be switching over... Oh, I absolutely can box jump this. Hold up. The angle's going to be weird. Oh, maybe I can't because of the angle. Nope, we can. Never mind. In theory, I can box jump this and then maybe hop up to there, but I don't... Again, that's speedrunner tech that I don't particularly care about doing. I say as I then try to half-heartedly circle jump up there. Yeah, I'll have to message some people I know who have Battlefield 6 pre-ordered. And then... I'm not sure... Hold on. I heard the berserker noises, saw the gladiator, and went, I need to actually focus a bit here. Thank you. Oh man, I have like no actual... No actual ammo for the shotgun. That's surprising. But yeah, I'll have to message people who I know have Battlefield 6. I think Black Flame, well, Cass has it. It's really weird how I know two people who are shorthanded to Cass. I know Cassidy, and then I know Mama Cass, Cream Girl, Black Flame, I think is the full name now. Or just Cass, Black Flame. Anyway, Black Flame has it. I think a Legend Man has it. I think maybe one other person I know has it. I'll have to figure out what their plans are in order to figure out what I'm going to do, whether I do just the campaign, or if I do multiplayer, or maybe I do multiplayer and then later do the campaign. I don't know. I haven't decided, as you can probably tell from my indecisiveness, but... I should probably re-enable the energy shield. In fact, you know what? That sounds like a smart idea. I keep calling it an energy shield. It's a power shield. Oh, no! This is gonna be fun. Really glad I re-enabled the energy shield. I'm not going to correct myself. Whatever shield I call it is a shield. If I call it the Derek shield, don't question it. I need a sip of water. Yet again! The jump down mechanic, shooting the difficulty in the foot, or shooting the level design in the foot, really. You're gonna come down, you're just gonna sit up there and abuse the fact you can see me through the wall. This is supposed to be an ambush. Not much of an ambush if he's just gonna jump down and try to fight me. Valid. Oh, there's a secret here. I know there's a secret here. Isn't it like a really weird one? I'm gonna be careful about this room too. Yeah, it's down there. There's like a hole I can make in the floor. Here, I think? Somewhere. Anyway, you end up down here and you get that, and this thing is gonna suck, is I don't remember where it is. Yeah. Which is also, I think, where I'm hearing the berserk. I would shut that door on me. I probably shouldn't have walked into the room, considering I was literally saying, I think this is where I'm hearing the berserker from. Okay, that's an adrenaline, which I'll use now. It's weird. I remember some secrets, and then other ones is like, I have an inkling of where they could be, and then others I just do not know. Huge fan of the fact that I have, like, no ammo for a weapon that isn't explosive at this point. That is absolutely purely down to me, though. Like, there's no other thing at fault. It is just me. Oh, shit. Okay. What do I have ammo for? Could you not while I'm trying to check my weapons? Okay, that's easier to check weapons because it slows down. I got 50. I got grenades. I got rock. Yeah, I basically have energy and explosive. That is it. Ground Zero's weapons are weird in that I can remember one and I don't remember the rest. The one I remember is the ETF rifle, and I know I went on a rant and a tangent about how Nightdive made that weapon functionally useless, which makes the balance of Ground Zero kind of weird. The reason it makes the balance weird is because you run into enemies with shields. And obviously the intent is you have the ETF rifle, which fires the flechettes, which goes through the armor and the shields. What ends up happening, though, is you now have a weapon that has no upside. It is just a machine gun that is now also projectiled. Am I really going to jump down there? I do. Anyway, the short of it is Nightdive deciding that, hey, we're gonna move the double damage to energy shield off of the ETF rifle and to the energy weapons, rather than just leaving it on both, as in leave it on the ETF and then add it to energy weapons, shoots Ground Zero in the foot in ways that I don't think Nightdive ever understood. But again, judging by the mass praise I was seeing for like, oh, the AI is so different now that they did an overhaul, tells me that not a lot of people had played Ground Zero and realized what it did and what it didn't do. So they probably didn't even realize that was a thing in that case. How do I get to that one? I see how I get to that one. Do I need to... I don't care about the adrenaline. Again, as much as I am and will bash Nightdive for aspect of this port, it is still a good port. If you want to play Quake 2 with friends with a modern system and you don't want to run through getting a different source port that's, you know, more faithful or has different things in it, then by all means, go for the Nightdive port. But I will always grumble about things like, why does the ETF not have the energy piercing anymore? Why does every enemy have to have the jump down that was part of the Ground Zero AI and not necessarily added by Nightdive? Why have you decided to make the Berserker have a really weird attack that was complained about, genuinely was complained about for a while when it was released? Why? There are so many whys. So many whys. I think I get jumped on the way out. Yeah, I do. Why'd I look to the right? Yes, I could run around with a railgun. Ikarai? Yeah, why parasites changing their attack and the way they work to add counterplay, I can kind of understand, as opposed to just an always hits you laser beam effectively. But as far as I know, they haven't added in any other port apart from the Heretic Hexen port the ability to turn off their modifications, which I think is the main reason why I have such a gripe with their ports sometimes, is that it's not just a port, it is a weird remake. It's like a fan mod with a fan conversion added to it, and sometimes it's good, and other times it misses the mark, and it sucks when it misses the mark, because what are you going to do about it? I forget where I have to go now. Oh, right, I have to go this way, right? No. That way. Involved by that. Yeah, it's a rocket jump if I remember right. But speaking of their Heretic Hexen port, again, they have done something that is a giant why. Why would you do this? Maybe I'll get around to playing Hexen at some point, but I would have to play through Heretic first. But basically, I want you to imagine Doom, except medieval, and now you have different classes that do different things. Pretty sure I just launched myself up there. It's just an invuln. I don't really care too much. I don't care. This is the level I was thinking of that I thought was part of Ground Zero, but it's not. This is where we run into the Iron Maiden, isn't it? This is gonna be fun. Anyway, the Hexen port rant. There's a character class called the Cleric, which, depending on your view of Hexen's balance... Wait, I already have an Enviro suit. You have the Fighter, which is melee, deals high damage, has a lot of health, takes less damage, but melee-ish, predominantly. Then you have the Mage, who is the opposite. It is frail, fast, weak, has a ranged piercing attack. And then you have the Cleric, who is the in-between of the two. Thank you. And each class also, by the way, there's a pickup called the Flechette, or at least I'm pretty sure it's called the Flechette. For the Warrior, it is an explosive. I forget what it is for the Mage, because honestly I don't play Mage that often in Hexen. But it is gut-bustingly broken as Cleric, because it turns into a damage cloud that deals an AoE damage over time effect in an area. Here come the homing missiles. Thought Revenants were bad in Doom? Eat this bitch. Little shit of a game. I can hear the tank, but I'm not too worried. Oh, I should have used the missiles for that. Can't dodge or fire at the floor. What was I saying? Alright, Hexen. Talk about the Nightdive port. So, if you don't know much about Doom, or I guess like the Doom engine, which is what Heretic and Hexen run on, you might not wonder why an AoE effect that doesn't deal that much damage over time is really powerful, and is why the Cleric is busted. The reason is because of a little thing called pain states. Now, we don't have pain states in this, we're playing on Nightmare. But if we weren't playing Nightmare, we would be able to put an enemy into a pain state. Every time they take damage, there's a random chance based on an integer value. Who cares about the details too much? We're not getting into the weeds on that. Give me a second. And I'm back. There's an integer value where when you hit them, if you roll under that value, the enemy flinches. It's in pain. It can't do anything. It's why the super shotgun is such a broken... as much as I love it, it is broken in Doom 2, because even though it deals the same damage as a rocket launcher and a direct hit, it also fires like 20 pellets. Each pellet has a chance to detonate. Sorry, not detonate. Chance to inflict pain state. So you can pain lock enemies, even enemies that are really unlikely to get stuck into a pain state, such as an Archvile or a Cyber Demon or a Spider Mastermind. Marwol, you're waffling about pain states. Get to the point. Don't worry, I am. I'm just giving you the background on pain states, right? But you might have already put together 2 and 2, so you might already have figured out why an AoE... yeah, I love this bit. Access denied. Yeah, we can't do anything there. Isn't there like a secret? Yeah, I heard you the first time, Central or whoever you're supposed to be. Anyway, you might have put two and two together. Pain states, area of effect, doesn't deal a lot of damage. Why the cleric ends up being brokenly good is you can layer multiple flechettes, say 2 or 3 over themselves, and as an enemy moves through, it is going to constantly take damage from 3 sources and will eventually end up trying to... Can't go that way, right? Yeah, I need the blue key. Okay, I think I remember where I need to go. I know it said the refinery, but like sometimes you have to take a little bit of a weird path. I need to finish my thought about the cleric changes. Anyway, so base Hexen, cleric, thrown on 2 flechettes, giant giant green gas cloud. There we go, that's a tongue twister and a half. Deal damage to enemies. If they take a pain state from 1, then that means they're stuck there, and then some enemies will then try to block, and then they'll take more damage because they're still stood in the cloud, they're still taking damage, they take another pain state, they get staggered again, they end up in an infinite loop and die. For some reason that I cannot fucking fathom, someone at Nightdive... See, I thought there were Icarai that turned up here eventually. Please. Please. How are my cells looking? I have, like, none. God, I'm not even playing Ground Zero yet, and I hate fighting you guys. Back to the rounds. For some reason that I can't fathom, I'm going to shoot you once we leave this place. I swear to God. I'm trying to finish a coherent thought and you keep on giving me locations. I don't care. Please stop talking to me. For reasons I can't fathom, back onto that train of thought. Don't do anything. Finish the thought because you're gonna hit a button and then that fucking guy is gonna start talking again. Someone at Nightdive decided that the cleric should also have a parry option, which in no way, shape, or form is present in any Hexen character before that point, and should have been on the warrior instead of Parias, the priest cleric anyway. And what happens with the parry is if you perfectly time and block an enemy's melee attack, the enemy is then stunned, and then you deal bonus damage to them. So Ettins, you can kill in 1 hit. Centaurs, you can kill, I think, in 2 hits. Might be 1 hit. But basically, the cleric now has not only the best flechette in the game, but also has the best weapon in the game from the start of the game. And I don't know why they did it. So it would have made more sense to put it onto, say, the warrior, who would, you know, parry things. But no, they gave it to the cleric. The mage didn't receive any sort of, like, buff like this anyway. Debatably, they need it more. And, you know, debatably they do, because their weapon damage sucks outside of the fact it pierces. You can deal with crowds easily. And it just... it baffles me why they would choose to do this. And it's why I'm really hesitant to pick up System Shock 2 Remake. Because I don't know how to put it other than I look at a Nightdive port and I go, what have you changed? I used to look at Nightdive ports and go, wow, that's going to be great. You know, you don't have to do as much setup anymore to get this working, or, you know, they've added things that could be really nice, like, as I say, for, thank you. As I say, for Doom, the Doom 1, Doom 2 ports, which I have other issues with, the Quake port, the Quake 2 port, you know, adding easy multiplayer for co-op and deathmatch. Fantastic, love it. More of it, please. They added co-op for System Shock 2 Remake, which, you know, that could be pretty fun. But it's like a monkey's port. You gain... We're playing Quake 2, keep it to Quake 2 as an example. You gain easy co-op and multiplayer, you gain an extra episode to play, which is Call of the Machine. Monkey's Paw kills, Berserkers now have a jumping AoE attack that no one asked for, Brains are now universally beta brains with an extra attack that hooks you in like Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. The railgun damage was nerfed for no good reason for single player. Outside of, we just couldn't be bothered. This is a really bad read. This is hyperbole. I'm not actually saying that they're this lazy. But outside of, like, we just couldn't be bothered to have two separate damage values, one for multiplayer, one for single player. I have been ranting about Nightdive for 3 levels now. Jesus. And I have no intention of stopping just yet, because I'm on a roll. Except this is Descent to Cerberon, which is a great track. The backing track to this rant is now Descent to Cerberon. I don't know how to feel about this. Yeah, Monkey's Paw. They do something that is great, and, like, there is no downside to it, and then they'll do other things. It's like, but why would you... Why? And then there's no, way to disable it or turn it off. So you end up with Catch-22. You want co-op, you want deathmatch, you want multiplayer, go for it. Use the Nightdive port. But then you've also got these other changes, these other differences that just... they're just there. I think they're infighting. We're going to leave them for a second. Helps if I aim the phalanx better. So, getting back to what I was saying about Nightdive ports, I used to look at them and be like, yeah, this is going to be good, can't wait to see what they've changed, and now I just look at them and go, what have I lost? What have you significantly changed that is going to be strange, or bizarre, or a change I wish I could turn off? Hence, not picking up the System Shock 2 remake just yet. Because... yeah, they've added multiplayer. But have they done something weird like... can you... holy shit. That... Gladiator nailed me perfectly. Didn't expect him to fire that shot so quick. Think I got him. Yeah, I did. Yeah, what have they changed? Have they made it so that, like, psi powers are way more expensive now and have longer cooldowns, which... admittedly, psi powers are pretty strong in System Shock 2, but they may have overcorrected in the, like, a nerf for it. Have they made it so that, like, the little mutant monkeys now have, like, I don't know, machine guns? It's all just... I can't do anything here yet. Although, I keep mentioning box jumping. I'm pretty sure, again, you can box jump to skip a whole chunk of the level here. But we'll play it normally. And, you know, it also might not be a thing where they always change things to do in the game. For example, I've not looked... I don't care about Power Slave. I don't care who you are. Where are you? There's gonna be one on the other side. That's armor. I've not looked at the Power Slave. I think they did a Nightdive port for Power Slave. I think they did one for Chasm. They did one for... I think it's literally called Voodoo Man. Or it might be slightly different. Treat it like a death match. Aim at the floor. I don't even know where those guys came from. Oh, that part of the wall. I think I remember how to get to that. Okay. But, so, it is harsh of me, I guess, to say, without having played every Nightdive port, that they do this in, the ports they do. But I feel I'm not unreasonable in saying that it makes me hesitant to try their ports when this is a consistent, as far as I have seen, thing. Don't I then just jump? Excuse me? I got it and then I didn't actually jump. We're there? We're not there? I keep second guessing myself and then I'm under jumping. Or under shooting the jump even. Thought there was another secret here. Really thought there was another secret, but I guess not. But yeah, I feel like I'm not unreasonable in my hesitancy, but I might be unreasonable in my harshness. If that makes sense. You know, maybe I should play System Shock 2 Remake. The System Shock 1 Remake, the one that was done in Unity, really fun, really enjoyable, really did need the updating. The only big downside that I have with that one, the only complaints I have with that one, the music is just not there. It is just not there. Go me. Oh well, it's only health. We don't care too much about that. We have an adrenaline if we need it. The way the boxes are stacked make me think this is a thing. Yeah, System Shock 1 Remake. Fantastic. Only complaint, music. I wish the music was better. I wish it was actually just a straight adaptation of the music that's in the original System Shock, and not a really weird reimagining of it. I get that they changed it all for the vibe, to make it more, like, atmospheric, more spooky. My issue with it is that it basically looks like the music isn't there, because I could not tell you if I really remember hearing any music when I played. The hacking sequence is better by far than the original game. A lot more clear in what you're doing because you know, you're not looking at horrific mid-90s wireframe. Did I kill a gladiator or did I did. Let's get some armor. Doesn't even matter, I have a full ammo anyway. I don't remember the guards jumping down at you. Yeah, but who knows? I don't remember how you get to this. I think eventually you do end up on top, and then you can jump down, but I could not tell you how or when or where. Yeah. I know I sort of rant about Nightdive a lot, but at the end of the day, they do some really good work. It's just questionable choices. I would rather they carry on doing questionable choices and good work rather than, you know, stop. Because honestly, there are some things that really do need work, and ports. I have no idea if they're working on them or what. Obviously, I given my view of how they handle ports, I'm pretty sure I'm never going to be, like, in contact with Nightdive and hear, like, oh, we're working on this. Oh, here come the Gex. But, yeah. I think it is healthy to be critical of things. I think it is unhealthy to be overly critical of things to the point where you just sit there and... I realize the irony as I'm saying this, don't worry. But I think it's... if you only see things negatively and you never see an upside, and you always think it should be not done, I think that's an unhealthy viewpoint. If you can't see the good for the along with the bad, then you should probably take a step back and think about why you hate it, or if it really is as bad as you think it is. You know, so as much as I may complain about the Doom 2 port, the Heretic Hexen port, this port, you know, I will always recognize they do good work. They do... for the average person, for most people, this is good, this is great, and it's absolutely fine. And it's only for people like me who've played a lot of, say, Quake 2, or played a lot of Doom, who will see these changes and just be like, no, please let me disable it. Or at least give me the option. Trying to think on it. Let me get comfortable for a second. Thinking on it, I don't think there's that many games I've absolutely hated. Like, no redeeming quality by the end of it. Hated. That I've played outside of Snake's Revenge. Everything else, I think, has been enjoyable in some way, shape, or form. Like, I'd have to look through my archive, which I can't shout out because I can't tab out. I'd have to use my phone for it, and that sort of breaks flow more than anything else. How did that open the maintenance hatch? Also, I'm absolutely getting jumped by Gex here. Which probably means we're going to have no Gex later in the level. Okay, that hatch got... Was there a switch? Yes, switch right there. But I don't want to go that way yet. Where was I? Apart from complaining about Nightdive and then hating games. Yeah, I'd have to look at the YouTube archive in order to figure out if there was anything apart from Snake's Revenge where I just didn't like it. There have been games I've played where I've soured on it at the end. Hull Valve Loophole, for example, starts off so strong and then it feels like somebody else did the last half of Hull Valve Loophole. Heilwald, even. Okay, we're jumping out of this for a second. I have no super shock. If I'm doing this, I'm doing this with the power armor off. This is less ammo efficient than the Hyper Blaster, by the way, but it doesn't have a cooldown or a spin up, so it's much better in my book. Also, it has a really chunky firing sound that I just love. I love firing sounds like this. Just dum 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 dum. Oh, air battle. Nice little detail. Say chunk 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 chunk. Anyway, yeah, Hull Valve Loophole, I soured on that one near the end. Again, I'd have to look at the archive to see any other games I've played where I've been like, at the end of it, I go, I don't know if I'd like this, I don't know if I'd recommend this. I'm racking my brain, I can't... Yeah, no, I just head empty, I just can't remember... I play so many games. And it doesn't help that I remember most things on sight as opposed to, like, well, I say on sight. There's some things I can recall surprisingly well. For example, the way I can ramble about the parts of Battletech that I've read during MechWarrior. For example. That I kind of like. Or, you know, suddenly pulling out things like, oh, this gun here is blah, 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 blah. Which, when I eventually get around to playing the Stalker series, you best believe I'm going to be whipping out some really weird information about things like the AN-94, which was a... Okay, you're about to prove that point now. The AN-94, which is a Russian rifle that was supposed to replace the AK, except it's over-engineered and really expensive, so it doesn't really get used outside of, like, special units, and hasn't, as far as I know, hasn't seen actual, like, field use in a widespread manner. You know, if a special unit is doing an operation, like 5 guys have an AN-94, I wouldn't really call that wide deployment of an AN-94. I'd call that a test at most. Fully conscious of the fact that I'm just throwing my power shield away, by the way. Okay. Thought I heard more of them. But yeah, usually my memory's solid, but for some reason remembering games I have played for stream as opposed what the fuck is that accent? As opposed to games I have played in my own time before streaming or off stream or anything like that, it's a little bit of a blurred mess, so it's hard for me to definitively say yes or no to what I have and haven't done, again, without having a look at the archive. Are we done arriving one by one? Four secrets, I found 0. Great sign of things to come. But Halvard Loophole is definitely a game where by the end of it I just did not like it. Oh, I enjoy the... I've already said this, but I enjoy the first half. Second half feels like a different game. I've almost killed everything in this level. Why do they only come one at a time? Send them all at once. I'll kill them all. Send them all off to the rest of their families at the same time. Easily. Raggy, we might be running through the level again. This leads back to effectively where I had to be to put in the detonation pack thing. The beacon. The maintenance hatch, however, has probably something I want in it. Oh, that's a fucking adrenaline. Who cares? I know a game that I'm slightly soured on, but I don't hate. I'm playing it right now. Not right now, but it's in like Slime Rancher 2. Slime Rancher 2 has... How do I put this? Because I am enjoying Slime Rancher 2. But the end of it is showing signs of potentially not being enjoyable. I still need to grind it.
Squadron to recon 4 ready for delivery. Requesting paint on the train.
Where? I heard you breathe, bitch. So I knew you were coming. God, the context of that one is needed. I'm almost out of water. Cool. Yeah, Slime Rancher 2, as enjoyable and as fun as the actual, like, slime ranching part of it is, things like the Flutter Gordo are showing signs of, gameplay decisions that were done to deliberately pad out the runtime of that game. And I don't mind, to an extent, padding in a game. But when it feels very artificial, that's when I have a problem with it. Isn't there an Enviro suit? Yeah, not here though. There's one that I need to use that way. There's one that I can use this way, I'm pretty sure. That room's probably going to kill me anyway. And this puts me up near the top of where she was. Ads arriving in about 30 seconds, by the way. What we'll do is we'll quickly run through this. And then I'm gonna check the... No, okay. Just leads that way. Got it. That's fine. We're gonna run back to where we need to be for the bomb, and then we'll just hold there, and I'll find something to ramble about. Maybe I'll look up my YouTube archive and just look at the games and be like, yeah, I remember this game, and we'll reminisce about them. Which also means that at that point I'll alt-tab. I say reminisce about them, but I'll just sort of look at them and see if any of them were, like, soured on. The environment suit was this one. Probably better to do that with my phone if I'm going to be doing that. But, again, I don't want to make actual progress while the ads are going, because that's not fair to the people who get hit by the ads. If Twitch didn't demand it to be 3 minutes, it was like 1 minute every hour, then I'd be more inclined to go slowly. But, again, Twitch demands it be 3 every 60 minutes, so... see you in like 3 minutes if you get hit by the full set. Sometimes you don't though. I've noticed sometimes that people can get hit by like 2 minutes, and then it also depends on the country you live in as to whether or not you get hit by ads as well. So I guess it depends on different people. Right. This is the part where I'm going to, you know, we'll get a pause this for the recording. The ads are finished. So, yeah, the full list. The only game I don't like, with no upside to it, is Snake's Revenge, and we need to take cover. And then Halvard Loophole is fine for the first half, soured on the second half. Slime Rancher 2 is weirdly, I guess, the same. The ranching is fine, it's just the weird lengthening at the end. Oh wait, are we not done? Yeah, I probably should have waited for the primary target objective destroyed thing to pop up. But to also repeat something that got asked during the ad break, because I did pause the recording for that one, which is, I need to at some point poll whether or not YouTube care about me rambling and slowing the gameplay down during ads, or if they'd rather I pause the game, so that way to them it's like there is no ad section functionally. Although I say that, sometimes I do things like, what's a good example? Slime Rancher 2. We look at slime information and we talk about slimes and things like that. So, yeah, I'd have to poll it, but I hear a tank. I swear there's also a way up there. Tank's there. No, it's by there. Patience. Anyway, to repeat something that happened during the ad break. Unknown as if I was done, and I said, no, we're probably going to finish this in the next hour. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that assumption. Because once we get out of here, we then have the transport. Once we're done with the transport, I'm pretty sure it's 2 levels, except you revisit one and it's different. So, we're really close to the end of Reckoning, is what I'm trying to say. Pretty sure he's supposed to take this blue key all the way back around to the door. But to put it bluntly, I don't want to. Because I can still hear an enemy this way. And this door takes me right where I need to be. Right in the firing line of a gladiator. Or 2. Shh. That's an adrenaline. Oh, I don't have one. Too fast. That's fine. Just don't step out and immediately get got by the... I think I ate 2 railgun shots at the same time, which... Last I checked, doctors don't recommend you do that. How did I guess the wrong position for both of you first time? Yeah, we have... I'm pretty sure this next level is getting onto the transport, then the transport is its own level, then we have arriving at the other side, then we have the final boss fight quote, and then we have leaving. So... I can hear the Iron Maiden. There's 2 of them. Three of them. And unless I'm confusing Ground Zero for Reckoning again... One second. Oh, there's mega health by there. We need to get up there for the mega health, because look at the state of me. There we go. Somehow that's not a secret. And then I think there's a secret over the other side. Or am I thinking of when we arrive at the other end? I might be thinking of when we arrive at the other end. There's a few tram sections that happen in Ground Zero that I might be confusing for this game. Either way, we're done with Unit 3. Oh, who cares about the secrets at this point? Okay, this should be... I want to say painless, but it might not be. There's rockets up there. Do I need rockets? I kind of do need rockets. I have no idea how you're supposed to get to that, though. Oh well, who cares? I'm gonna be ambushed all the way. How am I doing for... Aha! We're gonna use phalanx. Because we are so good for phalanx. Oh, hold up. No, I'm okay. I can use this. Honestly, I probably could just focus entirely on progress at this point. That is way too precise jumping. There's no way I'm supposed to do that. Into here. Not quite. Oh, I don't care too much about combat armor. This area gets... You can hear them. There's parasites behind here, but it gets swamped with enemies as we double back. Okay. There is some sort of ambush when we double back through here. Trust me. I might be wrong, but trust me. Same as I'm not actually sure which way I need to go first. Where are you? Where? Another phalanx cannon. I know I've been pronouncing it phalanx every so often, just to keep people on their toes. That door is open. Okay. Man, I'm actually surprisingly good at remembering secrets for this section. Told you we get ambushed on the way back through here. Shells are good. There's a secret here we can drop down and get to as well. They're all jumping down again. Who's riding the rail? You are, and you are. Oh god, I gotta try to remember how the secret works. Pretty easy and straightforward. The other one is the one I'd really like to get to, but I don't remember how that one is. I think there's like a switch you shoot and then you go somewhere else. Or you come from somewhere else. I don't know why I just stood there and took the railgun. That was really dumb of me. Oh, I know this opens up for gunners. Been a while since I've seen a technician. No, this doesn't open up just yet. I thought it was the gunners that were down here. Stick with the grenade launcher for the time being. Oh, I almost got it twice. I guess we're going up. God, this is gonna be horrific. Quad damage that's not marked as a secret? Bit weird. Very strange. That might kill him if he's chasing me. I heard him... Because I heard him jib, but I couldn't finish the sentence for some reason. Oh, it helps if I look the right way, doesn't it? It is railgun time. I hear a gunner. Excuse me? Just shoot the box I'm stood on. Give me the... Fuck. Oh boy, Scoob, I got to go all the way back through the level. Kind of. Well, the upside is I'm going to collect so much ammunition. Because I couldn't, you know, pick it up before because we were full of ammo. The downside is this is a giant time waste. I think I remember how we got onto the ship too. I'm pretty sure we're going to load ourselves into a box. And then just ship ourselves. Done it again. I looked the wrong way. I feel like getting some shotgun shells. I forget what this is. Adrenaline? What is... Oh, backpack. Even better. Although I actually kind of would like an adrenaline right now because I don't think I have one. I don't. So we have to be sort of careful about what we do. I can't be too reckless because we can't heal ourselves to full on a moment's notice. Is this the sadistic... You can miss a secret if you go too far in the puzzle thing, or am I thinking of Ground Zero? Given that it's sadistic, you can miss the puzzle thing if you go too far, it's probably Ground Zero. As I said, Ground Zero actively hates the player. So we can hear that there's a gunner. It's the exit by there. There you are. All kills. Very nice. We might not be able to finish this in the next 30 minutes, but we're definitely going to finish it before the 5th hour mark. There's too many laser guys. Way too many laser guys. It's alright. I hear a guy laughing just then. Maybe. We're already like 18% of the way through the kills. I really do prefer fighting the Ion Ripper guys as opposed to the laser guys. Missiles. Oh, I think I can box that. Maybe I can't. Yes, I can. Oh, I always get a little bit of a, like, oh, what's the word for it? A great amount of satisfaction every time I manage to succeed at doing a box jump for a thing that I probably don't need to box jump, but it's great if I do. Come on. Got him. Railgun damage, except explosive. Up we go. I remember there's a secret here, and it's a little bit of a weird one. Yeah, that's how you would get that railgun. But we, you know, box jumped. I really am just unloading every weapon I have and everything that shouldn't be used against. Tank? Did I just see a tank? No, it's a gladiator. I just love the phalanx so much. The firing sound, the explosion, the damage, it's all so nice. Thank you, gladiator body. Although I don't quite oh, up onto here and then over. Got it. Helps if you hit the spacebar at the right time, Marwol. or could jump at all. Thank you. Yeah, we're most of the way through this level already. Don't run in a straight line, don't run in a straight line. No, I'm not getting that health. No, I'm not getting that ammo. Now. Did you truffle shuffle your way to the right side? Also, how are you taking so many of these hits? I realize it doesn't, you know, fire in a dead straight line. It fires, like, side by side. But you would have thought the splash damage would have done a little bit more to the guy. Is there a secret under here? You know what? I don't care. Live food processing has been stopped. Thank you. See, we do some ethically correct and morally righteous actions sometimes when we play games. It's not all murder, mayhem, and massacres and everything in between. It's just that usually ends up being the case with how I play games. Is it ground zero where you put yourself in a box? I just heard the sound of the energy shield go down. Didn't realize he was still in the melee hit. This is gonna suck. Because again, we don't have an adrenaline. I am nowhere near finished with this level. And we have no energy shield. We have no health. Oh boy. Okay, no, I am right. This is the one we get on the shipping crates. Or shipped in a crate. Okay. Shield back on, please. I thought I saw someone running around. I know where we go. Hello, I would like to go down, please. Down, please. God, I hate how you can't just step onto an elevator. Right. Backtrack through the level. We know where the red door is. Maybe if you... I was about to say, maybe if you don't breathe so loud, I wouldn't know you're there, but... Alright, now I'll take the health. I think the maintenance hatch is a secret. No, it's not. Got a sneaking suspicion this is a trap. I have no idea how I get to you. Lol, that's how. Yeah, let me just shoot the one part of the wall that's going to explode and cause me harm. That's a fantastic idea. So because they're no longer sending live food, we can smuggle ourselves inside of a crate. Now we just wait. Okay, so they've wrapped the ship level into Unit 5. This is a pretty straightforward, easy level. It's difficult. I know I just said it's pretty easy, straightforward, but it's in like... In terms of getting it done quickly, it's pretty easy. The issue is going to be near the end. You'll see. You'll see. Also, we're in low G. Because we're going to the moon! Secret, by the way. I know I don't use the power-ups that often, but I really probably should. I could have sworn there was another crate that has, like, a goodie inside of it. Never mind. Sorry, I have 75 rockets? Yes, please. Oh! Now we get to get introduced to another enemy type that's a lot easier than a regular gladiator to kill. Meet the beta gladiator, which uses the phoenix, the phalanx. They, however, fire them in bursts of 3 as opposed to 2 at once. If I wanted to fight them, you know, any energy weapon is fine. However, I have way too many rockets to my name. So I will proceed to be a rocket man and jump everywhere and fire them until I run out. Because that is what I find fun, and we're all like a third of the way through the kills already. Very fun, very cool level, by the way. think I want to go left, actually, not right. Never mind. I've just realized I'm going to be using a grenade launcher in 0G is probably not the smartest thing I've ever done, outside of blow myself up with a phalanx cannon. However, it saves me rockets that I can use on gunners. I hear a man laughing. Okay, never mind. This is the dumbest thing I've done. Get away from this elevator to go back down, and then we're just going to blow up the next grunt I see. Like so. Unit access denied. Give. Alright, we're gonna go up and fight another gladiator, I believe. This is a very serious matter. Nobody should be laughing. Almost out of missiles. You know, I'm not out of phalanx. Guess what we're going to be using for the rest of this level? Phalanx. I really thought there was a gladiator waiting for me somewhere. I'm going to wait for him to come to me. I know we're going to run into a lot of enemies near the end. Guess I could use the chain gun for a bit, but... Full of cells. There he is. Wait, I need to save. So, you can kind of make it out just beneath my crosshair, but there's a tank commander right there. And I'm trying to get him with the grenades. He might have... Four more to go. Yeah, there's 4 more tank commanders to kill. Or is it just tanks? It might just be tanks. It's tanks. Oh, bridge crew. Never mind. Sorry, did I go through that sequence so quickly I managed to beat the countdown and then the countdown still tried to happen? Nice. Okay. Final 2 levels. Now, since we're still, you know, in space, we're gonna do some fun stuff like this. We might actually finish this in the next 30 minutes. Because trust me, once we get going, we really will get going. Yeah, we'll follow the level progression. The main roadblock is going to be Beta Guardians and Tank Commanders. I haven't found the BFG 10K, I'm pretty sure that's hidden in secrets. But also, I don't like the BFG 10K, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's fine as a weapon, it's just not great. I know I was gonna shut up by another. There he is. I was going to say Beta Guardian. I was trying to shorten it into a portmanteau, and my brain just wasn't putting it together. This one just hit something behind me. Probably that guy. I don't care too much about regular health. I will, however, take an adrenaline, which I think is up here. I gotta wait for the tank to go do its thing anyway. I was right, there is an adrenaline there. Good thing Tank Commanders never learned how to jump. This, I'm pretty sure, is how we leave the whole unit. Are you not gonna infight with the gladiator? That just brings us back to here. Admittedly, I would like the resources. Guess I could use a quad damage. But where's the fun in that? Take a health, I think? Backpack. BFG 10k. Which again, I think if you find that in a secret, you get that sooner. Much sooner. Six enemies left. 5. One more. No, never mind. I was off because of the shield. 4 enemies. 3. 2. One. Guess where they're gonna be? Not in here. This is the last level of the game. If I'm remembering correctly. I think I am. And there's Adrenaline Junkie. I forget where the secret area is. There. It was behind me the whole time. Can't have a moon base without having some lunar caves that have ice physics. That's right. Lunar ice physics. Which just makes me go stupid fast. I think Adrenaline Junkie might be in my, like, top 3 favorite Quake 2 songs. And most of it is down to that strumming guitar line or bass. I don't know which instrument that it could be. That again and again. Mwah. Perfect. I am fully cognizant of the fact I've just used up all of my hit scan shots. However, some things are just fun to do. I feel like the Beta Gladiator would have been a bit more of a threat if I couldn't just moon jump my way around and dodge all its shots. Pretty sure this is where the big fight's gonna be. There we go, hit scan again. Yeah, see, health, mega armor, they're preparing me for something that way. Come on. One more rail, I think. I keep saying that with you guys, and I'm always off by one rail. One more. Again, off by one. Hold on. I think that damage was just jumping into the laser beam rather than, you know, anything else. Now comes the easy part. Hitting all the buttons. Hey, Macron. Oh, the ads arrive in 55 seconds. I need to get comfortable, and then we're going to kill the Macron. Alright, let's kill the Macron. We're going to use the phalanx for this. Give me quad and dual fire.
Reactor core system control disabled.
Now, we got very close to finishing this thing in under 4 hours. Because we now just have to run to the exit. Which is going to be about as long as it would take for the ads to finish. So, we're going to wait for the ads to finish, and then we're going to sprint to the end. I'm going to put a quick save here just in case like the countdown has started. Do I want to go hunt down the missing enemy? You know what? That's what we'll do during the ad break. We're going to hunt down... Okay, well that was a very short thing. We found all the secrets, we killed all the enemies. We'll just run through the level again. It's cool, we like it. But, yeah, dual fire, quad damage. Match made in heaven. Now, if I really wanted to kill the Macron quickly, I would have just whipped out a... Well, I don't have the ammo for it, so it would have to be the Hyper Blaster. But the Hyper Blaster on double rate of fire with quad damage would just slaughter the Macron. But I wanted to use the Phalanx because... Kind of funny how pathetic you are. Pathetic. Because it really is, like, fun. And I keep saying it, I love the weapons they added in this. The Phalanx, the Ion Ripper. I haven't used the Trap. So you know what we'll do during this ad break? We're going to look up the Trap. So we're going to do that by finding the Ion Ripper. There it is. It only appears in the Reckoning, which is a shame. It's a fun weapon. Trap. Kills enemies instantly and produces an item that heals the player. Only 6 are found in single player for the Reckoning, and they are not present in any other campaign. Let's see. So the list of enemies you can affect with it. The Beta Gladiator, the Parasite, the Berserker, the Beta Maiden, the Gunner, the Enforcer, the Barracuda, the Gek, I don't know if I said the Parasite, all types of guard, prisoners, yourself, technicians, Ikari, Flyer, and Repair Bot. Those last 4 are only during the remaster, the Nightdive port. Which makes every other enemy I've mentioned immune, including Brains, which is a shame. But, oh well. I guess we all learned about the Trap. So, the ads are almost finished. I think there's like 7 seconds left to go. We're just gonna sprint through the end of this. Locate a newly available ship before the moon base explodes. I have 1 kill left. I've done this in the most backwards way possible. Ah, we're not going that way. We almost got crushed as well. Behold, the final enemy of the game, the true final boss. A Beta Gladiator. I do love how the whole base is falling down though. And we're out. I said we had a really good chance of finishing this in under 4 hours before the ad break, and here we are.
Come on, boy! Pressurizing, -2. Outer hatch sealed. We're on our way, sir. Picking up some heavy chop. I see it. Shockwave. Hang on. That's it. We're clear. What the hell happened down there, sir? It's over. For now.
And that's the Reckoning. If I'd been a little quicker in some of the earlier levels and I didn't get so slowed down, We actually, yeah, we would have finished this under 4 hours. Much shorter than Quake 2. I don't quite remember if Reckoning is also... Sorry, if Ground Zero is about the same as Reckoning's length. But I know it feels longer because it feels like more of a slog because... Said it a few times already, I'll say it again. Ground Zero seems to actively hate the player. Now, for as much flack as I've given Nightdive, Ground Zero has been tempered somewhat from how much it hates you. So, if you were going to play Ground Zero and you wanted to just not get frustrated at it, use the port. If you want to have pure hate, play original Ground Zero. Why does Ground Zero hate the player? A really good example being one of the enemies they've added is a turret. The turret is immune to damage until it starts to fire. It tracks how you move and fires and predicts where you move to, which I think Nightdive took some of that targeting and used it for some things. And it takes 2 rockets to kill. And you can have... there's 3 types of turret, but I can't remember what the third one is. You can have blaster, rocket launcher, and then I'm pretty sure there's a third type and I forget what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like railgun. Now, what Nightdive did is they made it so that it dies in 1 rocket, which immediately fixes a lot of the issues with it, because then it means if you'll get ambushed with them a lot because they just appear and then they're immediately firing at you, and now they're weaker, like, health-wise. I've mentioned the Daedalus, which is... That's probably the thing I'm not looking forward to fighting the most in Ground Zero. There are other enemies they've added as well, like, for example... I think it's called the Medic Commander, not the Beta Medic. It might, yeah, I think it's Medic Commander. And if I remember their mechanic correctly, they not only have the ability to revive dead enemies, like a regular medic, they also have the ability to spawn enemies as well. I think they can spawn grunts, enforcers, and parasites, but I could be wrong. Could be very wrong. I don't really remember what the weapons are outside of ETF. I know there's other ones, but I'm not going to mince words. They're shit. I say that and I immediately remember one of them is a proximity mine. Now, given that Quake 2 and the Reckoning, how often do you think I would have been able to use a proximity mine in any of the situations? Now, I'll concede, there are times when I see an enemy and I will backtrack a little bit and then start bouncing grenades off a wall. But, unless it's changed for the Nightdive port, I'm pretty sure prox mines trigger off of you as well. Which is funny, to say the least. Trying to think of what else they've added there. The Beta Commander, Daedalus, I think it's called the Hornet, or it's called the Carrier. I think the Hornet is in normal Quake 2. The Carrier, I think, is Quake 2 Ground Zero. I don't know when I'm going to get around to Ground Zero, because as much as I enjoy Quake, you might be able to tell I probably don't enjoy Ground Zero that much. we'll see. Say that is actually one where I'll probably look up the secrets, because some of them require things like box jumping to get to them. Some of them you could miss because, if I'm remembering one correctly, there is a warehouse you have to move through and you have to use a crate and surf the crate in order to get to the end. You have one shot at surfing the crate and getting a secret. If you surf the crate and don't get the secret, you're gonna have to do something like grenade jump or rocket jump to maybe get to it. And then there's the other one I mentioned as well, where there's only one bandolier in the whole game. And if you... It's something like if you kill a certain group of enemies, you can't get the secret because you need them to hit a switch. Or it's something like you need to blow something up, you need to not blow something up in order to get a secret. There's a few really, like, rough ones. Unknown says, GG. Yeah, I love Reckoning. For all its faults, I love Reckoning. I think I might like Reckoning about the same as I like Quake 2, but only because of things like the new weapons help, like, bring up some of the downsides. The laser guard is obnoxious and I hate it, but the rest of the guards are pretty fun and interesting. But we did good. Joker survived. Private Joker at that. He is actually a private. I think it's supposed to be a shout out to, what's it called, Full Metal Jacket. When I can't remember the full name of the gunnery sergeant, but the gunnery sergeant's like, what do we got here? Fucking comedian, Private Joker. I think that, really bad imitation of accent, by the way. I'm not putting too much effort into that because I'm a little bit tired. But we're Private Joker in this. We were called Bitterman. Completely different person in the first one. I don't remember off the top of my head what the marine is called for Ground Zero. I'll have to look that one up. I don't really... I can't think of anything else to say. Let's head back to the main menu. Oh, and now it's going to show Reckoning, because I just played Reckoning. Oh, pain states. I mentioned them like 2 hours ago, and now we get to see some of them, because this isn't Nightmare. That Iron Maiden being knocked on the floor, that's a pain state. That flinch there, that's the pain state of the Gladiator. Everything comes back eventually. That, and then that recoil, pain state. Oh, I think the player character's a woman. Pain state on the tank. Maybe if you played better, you would have lived longer. Oh, hey! Now we get to see this as well. It's always fun seeing things like the demo. Now, the one thing I don't know is I don't know if this is a video or if this is inputs. And the difference there would be, if this is a video, this is someone's recorded themselves playing Quake 2 and it's just being played. Goodbye Joker's squad anyway. If it's inputs, that means that all of the button presses, all of the movements have been recorded and are being replayed in real time in-game. This is Ground Zero. This is Ground Zero. I guess you can think of this as like a teaser trailer for when we eventually get around to playing Ground Zero. Oh, Prox Mine Launcher. Oh, turret. There it is. Look at it. The obnoxious turret. The Proxmine. Is there a Daedalus? Daedalus! There's a Daedalus! Look at it. Don't ignore the Daedalus. That's the most dangerous thing in the air right now. Oh, and a medic commander? And a medic commander just spawned a gunner. Everything I've mentioned, and we've just seen it. This is the sort of shit I get to look forward to when we play Ground Zero. But that'll be some other time.